Good morning everybody. Just concluding the final part of setting up, so please do bear with me. So having a quick look see in the chat. Paul Usher, good morning to you. How are you, my friend? Thanks for joining. Ken Alloway, I wasn't expecting to see you till after your service. Excellent, mate. Hoping that works out okay. Alibi 58, good morning, my friend. How's tricks? Oh, obviously you're on your wife's computer today. Your one is Fubar, new one expected today. Ah, you see, that's just in time delivery, working at its best. And working on down. Yes, Ken, I'm in good shape, mate. Feeling every one of my 57 years today. Good morning, Eddie. How are you? Audrey, good morning. How's things in New Biggin? So before I forget, I met a lovely couple while I was setting up. So a shout out to a couple of potential new subscribers, Chris and Rebecca. So hi to both. It was a pleasure chatting to you earlier on. So let me just tinker away at this end. The first flight of the show, which was going to be a Jet 2 to Geneva, isn't going on time now. I think it's been pushed back to something like 10 to 9 or something horrible like that. So we've got a little bit of a pause. Just confirming the sound's okay. And somebody could just shout that one out for me. Thanks, Alibi. First arrival, the EasyJet baby bus from Geneva. What time's that, mate? Eddie's got a terrible sore throat. Oh, come on, Eddie. I'm gutty for you, man. Mind you, my granddaughter's been quite poorly, so I'm guessing in time-honoured tradition the germs get shared out. Certainly not a day to be down at the airport, as the forecast is a bit uncertain. So a bit cloudy over there. Decent prospect of rain, as in showery rain. So before we get into the show proper, let's just have a quick go in front of the camera. I want to show my hat off. What if I can get enough cable? There we go. So here's the official beanie in action today. So thank you, Nell. It's keeping me warm. Catch you later. So there you go. I'm beanied up. Oh, I've just realised I've not got my hat on straight. Oh, can't be. Trouble is to get the hat on straight, and then I keep fiddling around with the headset. Ken, thank you confirming on sound. Cheers, buddy. Likewise, Alibi. Right, Ken, good luck, mate. I hate it when I've got the car at the garage. You always imagine that it's going to be one of those that you go in with one thing and then they're kind of shaking their head at the other end saying, well, we found this and blah, blah, blah. Richard Linker, good morning, my friend. Welcome back. I know you've joined the show before. North Carolina, USA. Great to have you with us, my friend. From a very overcast, rain-threatening-ish Newcastle International Airport. I'll open the show formally in a minute. Hope everybody's keeping well. Alibi, consider that arrival cancelled, my friend. It is a tad early, isn't it? Let's get in on the action a little bit. So I make the first live action to be Loganair's ERJ 145, which is off to Southampton in 10 minutes time or thereabouts. So fingers crossed that will be on time. Ayrton Shepherd, good morning to you. Jet2 seem to have sent new flights over Teesside International for some reason. That is interesting. Whether we're now into their beginning of their summer programme, I'm not quite sure where summertime starts and finishes officially. This is quite interesting. I don't know if folks saw this in the week. Jet2 have put an announcement out. They are taking ground ops in-house at Newcastle and Bristol. That might be what they do elsewhere anyway. I can't imagine that they haven't got that in place at their base at Manchester. But either which way, they'll be having their own ground ops. I'm not sure if that's started yet or not. Now I've not bagged anything up yet, so I keep watching these darker looking clouds. I may just have to break off and start rustling, but I know you'll forgive me a bit of that. And I'll be honest, I'll go back to Eddie's comments. It would be great if Teesside did grow. It'd be nice if we could get a decent pocket of action there to make a live stream possible. So let's just rotate the camera. I'm assuming this is the Dublin flight, but I could be wrong. So let's launch into some of the other stuff, shall we, while we're here. So weather, we've been talking about that. When I went to bed last night, it was a 30 to 40% chance of rain. I did think about cancelling or rescheduling. Got up this morning and the forecast was better in terms of probability, but still a bit shaky, particularly around 9 o'clock. So northwesterly, so it should be standard operations here. There we go, here's our windsock. As you can see, there's not much fabric stretch going on there. Wind speeds around 12 miles an hour, 10.4 knots, in that kind of range. Gusts up to around 19 knots. I mean, obviously that can be a fluid picture, but that was when I did my homework. Temperatures around 7 degrees C. Feels a little bit cooler than that, if I'm honest. I've got my pocket warmers. Regulars with the show will know that they keep me in the right kind of order. And in terms of operations here, it will be the standard operations where with the northwesterly they'll be coming in from the east over the North Sea. More on that later, because to get the show rolling we have Loganair pushing back on its way to Southampton. Once I've found it, might need a telescope. Ali Bhai, have you got the telescope sound, mate? I don't think it's a full telescope because you can only see a bit of tartan there. I mean, look at that. Do you know what, Ayrton? I'm going to take a ride down to Teesside just for curiosity. It's not that far away, because that does sound quite good. It's just about hooking it up with some movements. Whether we do some feature footage there rather than anything else, I don't know. I'm all for diversity. Excuse me, folks. Eddie, you might have a sore throat, but it seems like I'm developing a cough. Unbelievable. Right, I'll get my pocket warmers on. I don't believe it's 7 degrees. Right, back to the chat. Andrew Gold Dog, good afternoon from Australia. My friend, welcome to the stream. I think at this exact moment, unless someone's going to shout out different, you are our furthest away viewer, so you have that accolade at the minute. Sorry folks, I'm just getting my pocket warmers out, not scoffing snacks or my usual little side tricks. It might say 7 degrees, but I don't think it is. It's not as temperate as it was last weekend in Amsterdam. Thanks Alibi. We'll save the telescope for a bit. Your challenge is to see how many you can give me before Ken returns. Peter E, good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Great to have you with us. After last week's debacle where my tablet froze solid, after the battery ran down, it works as normal. So I'm at the minute just, oh, we've got a Jet 2 pushing back there. We'll stay on that whilst we wait for our Logan Air to get into picture. So anyway, I was talking about my tablet. So actually it's kind of fixed itself, but it'd be interesting how it runs today. I've been sort of load testing it at home during the week, running multiple things on it, just seeing what it'll do. Even ran a test home stream while watching 2 other YouTube channels and a couple of other apps, and it went through fine. But it was frozen good and solid last week, which kind of worried me a bit. But there's no point in going back to Argos with a tablet that works, saying, well, it didn't work. They'll just give me the runaround because it's over 28 days. Yeah, clouds are still darkening over yonder. I feel a bit of drizzle, so I'm just going to get some of my bags ready. For some reason I've managed to throw myself out of the chat. Let's see. So sorry if I'm missing anything at the minute. One of the precautions I took was changing my browser. That's better. Yeah, I quite agree, Andrew Gold Dog. The scale of the 777's power plants is to be beholden, isn't it? Right, I can feel the drizzle, so hopefully it'll let me film this going out. Relatively short journey down to Southampton, probably about 55 minutes, something in that region. I've done that route myself some years back with Flybe. Quite nice actually. Ben Purvis, good morning to you. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm Mark, your host. We should, weather permitting, hopefully be able to stay on air till around 11:30, and then we'll decide if there's any real demand for some overtime, if there's things to show you. Yeah, I've got one eye on the clouds at the minute. I don't think I need to bag up more. I think we'll get this one out and then do it. As you can see in the background, it's pretty murky. And we've got something on arrival. So excuse me folks, is this the EasyJet you were talking about, Alibi? either which way. Let's have it. Yeah, it's definitely teeing it down over the far side. I don't think today's gusts are going to put the pilot to too much inconvenience. Yeah, I'm going to literally break off after this and bag up. Let's just get this on first. So, first arrival of the show. And thank you, Alibi. 3:20 from Belfast. First action. Right, in the meantime, just indulge me. Just going to get the camera into some kind of protected custody. Get my words out. Do not adjust your steps. Sorry about the vehicle row. I think we are in a way better place. Oops. As soon as I get my hands on the important bits. So we'll stay with this EasyJet for the moment. We've got a bag of rucksack up next. At the far side of the airfield. Right, let's pick up on our departing Loganair. And I find it in the gloom. So it's not promising, is it? No, you're not back at Amsterdam, Alibi, before you ask. I think the good news is this particular wall looks like it will pass over, which would be a good thing. Of course, getting the focus might be tricky. Very good. I varied my usual spot slightly because it was a little bit on the muddy side. But to be honest with you, I seem to have turned this one to mud pretty quickly. Quickening Cat. I'm assuming QC Cat is you. Yeah, I'm just catching up with that bit. Changed your YouTube handle. QC Cat. Sounds very swish. Anyway, good morning. Hope all is good. You've now taken over from Andrew Gold Dog as the furthest, or potentially the furthest south. Andrew's in Australia. He's not said which part of Australia. Got a feeling New Zealand might be a little bit more southerly, but I'm happy to see my ignorance called out in the chat. So let's just tweak things around a little bit. I think we've got some action pending. I think I was saying on the stream last week about, or in my community post, about the great people that I met in Holland, setting up the stream and then afterwards and during my general movements. The couple I was speaking to earlier on, Chris and Rebecca, hopefully you're listening, folks. Again, passionate aviation enthusiasts. It's one of the real side benefits to this kind of thing, the chance to chew the fat about planes. So this plane should be for Grenoble, scheduled for 7 o'clock, so it's a late runner, so we get a bit of bonus footage. But in the foreground, the plane that I wrongly attributed to being Dublin is in fact Faroe flight, which kind of makes you think it's off to Egypt, doesn't it, to see the Faroes. But that is pushback, ready to roll. So we're looking good on that. A lot of those pesky clouds over yon horizon seem to be moving, which cheers me up a lot. Yeah, QC Cat the light version. It's like you're some kind of rapper. I like it, very good. Kevin Payne, good morning to you. Hope you're enjoying Saturday. Bit chilly down here at the airport. It's a bit of drizzle, but hopefully passing over. Anyway, welcome to the show. So I'll open the show up formally in a minute with the usual run through. With the weather being a bit uncertain, I was kind of holding off a little bit. I wasn't sure to what extent I was going to be put to the test in terms of resilience. So, these good people, off to some sunshine in Portugal, hopefully. I think I reflect every show, don't I, whether they're going to Tenerife, Lanzarote, these old bones that you could do with some sunshine, I think. Roll on summer. You, not a rapper. QC, good to get that on record. Sounds like the trams are back on, the metro line. They had to close the service while they upgrade power cables and stuff. But unless that's a test run, that sounds to me Oh, hang on a minute. Grenoble's on the move. Enough chit chat from your host and a bit more action. It does seem there's quite a big multinational presence in the UK for this exercise Cobra Warrior, Kevin. We had a Dutch A400 here yesterday. I didn't manage to catch it myself, I watched it on Jonathan Winton's stream. But yeah, love to see them in action. There's a place, what, probably 30 miles from here, called Cragside. It's a National Trust property which I was at with my wife a few days back, and we're walking through lots of very lovely woodland type scenery, and I could hear that whoomp 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 of Chinooks that were up in, I think, Otterburn Ranges here. I was busy trying to find a gap in the trees. Blow me, I couldn't. What I can think of is, want my camera. Carl Shield, good morning to you in Dublin. How's the weather treating you there, my friend? Or is the weather we have here showery and overcast, what you've sent over? I suppose with the prevailing northwesterly it probably is to some extent. Oops, sorry, I'm just using my pocket warmers there. Trouble when you bring pocket warmers to a show, it's a bit like bringing a snack treat. If you think about it, you want to use it. So we watched the departing, taxiing 737. These pesky bushes play havoc with the focus, so forgive me. Let's get over them. I probably ought to offer to the airport my trimming services, shouldn't I? I'll come and trim them down for you. My rates would be very reasonable. Free. It's a bit of airside access. So we should get two departures in fairly rapid order. You see the jet to the right and to the left. You've got Ryanair's 737. So it's a 737 fest in this particular phase of the show, although I think 2 doesn't quite constitute a fest. I can see another 737 in Jet 2 colours moving around on the apron. Sunny in Dublin. Oh man, would have been a good day to be there, wouldn't it, Carl? Oh sorry, yes Kevin, that was the Belgium Air Force. Did I say something different? I thought I'd say Belgium. But yeah, that's the visitor here, the A400 was Belgium. Julie Lehner, good morning to you from Austria. Working on having that good day. Hoping you are too. Thanks for joining the show. So it's probably a good moment just to say hi to everybody. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mark, your host here at Newcastle International Airport. What's our regular-ish Saturday show? On air till about 11:30. We'll do the weather report in a minute. I think it's easy to say at the minute it's drizzly and uncertain. Temperatures around 7 degrees and the wind's not adding up to much. 12 mile an hour, 10 and a bit knots, and gusts of up to around 19 knots if I remember correctly. Fingers crossed it can stay dry. shot. Off for a bit of ski slope action. Sorry, there, pulled the tripod over. It's quite slippy underfoot, surprisingly. So let's just rest up on our Ryanair departure to Faro. So we have a couple of extra features for today's show, which I'll talk about once we get this initial little phase of departures and arrivals gone. I don't really want to do any show and tell type stuff whilst it could rain at any minute, because I don't really want to be accessing my hardware, my encoder and stuff. So a little teaser for you there. Are you still in the chat, Eddie? I think we have a in-stream poll intended for today. After last week's debacle, where I struggled to initiate it remotely, Eddie had to save my chestnuts. So Eddie is hopefully going to be setting the poll running for today. Alibi 58, you're right, mate. Thank you so much for that push. Forgot myself there. Obviously, liking us and subscribing help us with YouTube, help the show, help us bring you more action. And of course, if you hit that notification bell, we can keep you up to speed with what we're up to. We do like to keep busy and bring you as much as we can. So please give us your support. Doesn't cost you a penny piece. I like to think we're worth it, but equally I think it's always in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? We try our best and hope you like it. Right, off to Faro we roll. But it looks like 10 minutes and the clouds will be much improved. Get those flip-flops ready. Right, let's just catch up with the chat. Thanks QC Cats. Now, the noise does sound good, doesn't it? There was a reverse ops takeoff for Ryanair departure while I was setting up, which seemed odd because the wind direction wasn't indicating for that, but it went up in the opposite direction. Must reflect the flight plan. Let's have a look. Eddie, is the poll running, mate? I can't see on my tablet, it's not showing. And as Ken's always telling me, don't push too many buttons. So let's have a quick move round. As you can see, the wind's not getting too lively. While I wait for... Oh right, P2E, thanks. I've changed the browser I was saying earlier on this tablet, just to see if it helps with the processing and stuff. And oddly I can't see the poll, and I don't want to fiddle around with it too much, because all I want to be able to do is see the chat and check what image you can see on the screen. I don't really want a repeat of Timergate from last week. Thanks Eddie and QC Cat. So let's do the introduction proper. So the official welcome and good morning from Newcastle International Airport. So after last week's voyage to try something new in the form of Amsterdam Schiphol, back to the familiar charms of Newcastle. For those of you of a certain age, it kind of reminds me anyway of that 1970s pop tune. London, Paris, New York, Munich, everybody talk about pop music. Sorry, a bit of feedback there took me off beam, but you get the general gist, even if the rhythm wasn't naturally apparent. In this case, Amsterdam, Newcastle. We're back at Edinburgh on Monday, and there'll be a further announcement on something different hopefully for next Saturday. So I'll stay cryptic on that one, but those of you who look at the community posts, that's where that will go out, although I might announce during the Edinburgh show on Monday. So a good morning to everybody. We're going to be on air till about 11:30. And also a particularly warm welcome to Alibi 58, our moderator, or one of our moderators. Ken Alloway has already been in the chat, off getting his car sorted at the minute. And we have 3 other moderators on the team, Dopey Gore, Nell W and Paul Denio, who hopefully will be along at some stage during the show. Top team, without peer. So in terms of today, I've covered the weather. Showers are a perennial risk through the morning. Wind speeds around 12 miles an hour, 10.4 knots, gusts around 19 knots. It's a northwesterly wind, which means that the runway 25 end of the single runway here is in use. So for anybody unfamiliar with the charms of Newcastle, basically that away. So the plane's coming over the North Sea from the east. Now I spoke a little earlier about a little extra feature we've got for you, which I want to show you later in the show. We've got a short video montage showing basically the approach from the other side of the hedge. It's only a very short clip, so hopefully folks will like that. I'm planning to feed that in shortly before the Emirates 777 arrives, because we've used the Emirates 777 for that feature, just for consistency. So that is that. In fact, let's have a little delve into my box. So essentially, and I'm just checking you can see what I can see before I start waffling on. So do bear with me. Just waiting for the screen to change. There you go. So that is basically the approach that you would see the other side of the hedge. Yeah? So we filmed a short montage from 3 places. The coastal village of Seaton Sluice, where they come in. Halfway along, a local beauty spot called Northumberlandia. And then we've filmed the other side of the hedge on the view that you can currently, or you would see if I go back to things as normal. Let's do that. So you should return in a second. So we've got that coming up in the show. I've also got in our box of tricks, once this disappears, there we go, let's make the transition. We had quite a good arrival yesterday of Volatea, Spanish low-cost airline, lovely livery. Those who follow me on Twitter may well have seen that. It's in later today. So I am flirting with a bit of overtime if people in the chat think that's a good thing to do. I've got the short clip from yesterday, which I'll feed in a bit, but I think I'm just fetching it up on the screen now, so bear with me. There's a little bit of a lag from the point I selected to the point you see it. Laura Coyle, good morning to you. Just spotted you in the chat. Paul Rusher, yes, I'm aware, mate. You're as passionate as I am about aviation. Paul Anderson, bit wet and overcast. You're dead right. I'll come back to you in a second. So the Volotea that I filmed yesterday, I've got a very short 57-second clip. I'll show you in a bit. It is actually rostered to come in today on its way back from Amsterdam. So we may well stay on for that one anyway. Deborah Speller, good morning. Right, so I'm just returning things back to where they should be. In fact, to tell you what I'm going to do, I'm going to play the Volotea clip now. It's a very short one. Just bear with me because I'm still trying to master the tech. Hello? I'm just checking you can hear me. So I've just switched this over whilst we've got nothing happening and it's not raining to show you the Volotea arriving yesterday. So here you go, watching it drift on down. So if I remember correctly, this plane was around 20 years old, originally flagged with the Canadian airline Sky Services. Remember loosely. I'll blame that on my 57 years that I can't be more precise. Any which way, it's now with Volotea now. So this plane was arriving from Bordeaux, scene of so much activity at the minute, not connected with aviation. As soon as I saw the livery on this, when I spotted it on flight radar, I thought I've got to come down to the airport and film it. And here you are. Don't worry folks, I'm watching over the apron for anything that moves. I thought I'd just take advantage of the fact that the weather was giving us a bit of a respite. Although interestingly enough, since I've initiated the clip, it has been a bit more drizzly. Alibi, thank you mate. We'll exit this clip in a second. So we've got a Cessna 560 XL citation from Luton on finals. I've not got visual yet, but it's so murky down there. So let's go back. Okay. Okay folks, it's just gone onto a loop, so you should be going back to the HDMI. Glickers, how are you my friend? Oh my lord, it is getting... Don't worry Paul Anderson, I've not forgotten, I was halfway through responding to you. Demonstrating my lack of prowess at multitasking. Oh, I do like a red dust, Paul Anderson, no question. Although I take a dry day every day, and after last weekend's excitement, oh, excuse me, I'm just going to put the tablet away. Definitely I prefer a day with no fog. I can't believe how bad this has suddenly got. Sorry folks, you're getting Mirko vision. As we wait for our Cessna citation, which I can now see. That's something. There you go. I'm afraid it's UFO proportions for you guys and girls. If I could do better, I would. Doesn't look great at the far end, does it? So if I remember Alibi's advice in the chat, this is an arrival from London Luton. or to me, just good old Luton. As I report to you here at London Newcastle. That's a beauty. That's a spot of bonus footage. I don't think it was listed yesterday evening, or certainly early evening. Oh yes. Probably sounded like Churchill the insurance dog there, didn't I, with my oh yes. However, kind of reminds me, lottery ticket needed for tonight. Give myself that theoretical chance of a round the world tour on my own business jet, at least for a year. I do it as a travel blog, just to share the fun. Beautiful. Right. Let's just rest up with this Jet 2. Looks like the rain has given us a moment of respite. Paul Anderson, you are too kind. We jolly well try our best at plain sailing aviation. Me down here and Eddie in the background. So I was talking about the in-show poll. Which do you prefer? The takeoffs with all the sound and vibrancy that goes with it, or watching the skill of the pilot on the landing? Watching them strive for that butter landing that we also love, or a bit of a mix. It's an interesting one. I'm a bit fickle, me. Oh JT, did I say Amsterdam? That might be because I'm full of Amsterdam, but no, it's definitely Hamburg, with avoidance of doubt. I haven't stopped thinking about Amsterdam all week. So the plane we're trained on is the outgoing Lanzarote flight. People saying hello to a bit of sunshine, those 70-degree plus temperatures. We'd all like a piece of that action. Looks like the latest round of showers has passed through. Which, cheers me a lot. He reaches for his pocket warmers. So as always folks, thank you for supporting the show. Really grateful that you take the time out on a Saturday to watch us. If you like what you see, please do give us your like. Consider subscribing. Both of those things are free and help us massively with YouTube and our quest to bring you more aviation action. And of course, if you hit the notification bell, you'll be kept up to date more often than not, because it's not infallible, with anything we're up to. So let's watch this 737 tracking its way out to take off for Lanzarote. So next action from us after today will be Edinburgh on Monday. So hopefully folks will be able to join us for that one. Those of you who aren't saddled with work, or during your breaks when you're at work. the weather forecast yet. Don't like to get too excited prematurely with these things. And as I was saying earlier, plan is to do something different next Saturday. Further announcement on that one pending. We've got some very penciled in plans on that. Just need to line things up. Devil always in the detail. Pretty sad that we didn't get opportunity to watch, or we were going to go to Glasgow for the 380, the return of 380. Changed our plans on that one. Hey ho. Another channel said another big channel said they were doing it. Apparently, we thought it's not worth doubling down. I understand they're not going. Whether they were, well, whatever the ins and outs of that one, we decided not to. There's other streamers there, so to be honest, I'm going to settle back and watch Jonathan Winton, another North East live streamer. He's up there Sunday, so definitely worth having a look in on, folks, if you are minded for that one. Oh, doesn't this look serene? Showtime. Let's rest here for a minute. Ken Alloway, welcome back, mate. Fingers crossed for you that you get a good outcome. You don't find anything else to tax you on. Alibi, it's a bit paradoxical. So it has brightened up in some proportions, and to my left it's looking pretty ominous. I think the good thing is the weather's moving through quite quickly, so hopefully if things get too wet it doesn't stick around. I've spotted another Logan Air parked over yonder. Interesting that Logan Air have recently announced they've partnered up with Newcastle Falcons, the local Premier League rugby team, till the end of the season. So they are officially the official transport partner or airline partner of Newcastle Falcons. So interesting developments. And I also understand that we are going back to resumption of the Aberdeen service, potentially 2 flights a day, which will be good, including one which is basically a bus stop onwards to Oslo. So I'm hoping the pricing on that is pretty competitive, because I've never been to Norway and would like to go. Oslo tops the list, and therefore I quite fancy that particular trip. So Logan Air, if you're listening, competitive pricing please. Yeah, Ken, you have my undying sympathy. I hate it when you drop the car in and they say they'll get in touch with you if they find anything, you know, like that wasn't on the agreed schedule of works, and it's almost like you're on death row, isn't it? Carl Shield, I'm just catching up with you. You got an email from Emirates and you're not leaving Dublin. Is that connected with Emirates? They're mucking you about on flights? Let's give you something else to look at. Great teamwork between the ace moderators Ken Alloway and Alibi, exchanging the passes. Do you need a break? Who's handling what? It's just like ticky-tack moderating. Paul Anderson, I can't make any promises, but if you let us know and there is a plausible way for me to roll it into a proper show, naturally I like the idea of catching our viewers in action. So if you let us know in the chat, I'll pick it up later when I go through things at the end of the show. But of course that is always contingent on it being a viable window for a live stream. Certainly my camera doesn't do as well in the dark, which is a shame because Newcastle United departed, I understand, last night for Lisbon. And I thought, oh, that would have been quite nice to catch, but it would have been not much of a visual spectacle. So pretty nifty turnaround with EasyJet. Belfast, I think it was. Although interestingly, I'm not seeing it transponding on flight radar on my screen. The only thing I've got showing is the Newcastle Grenoble Jet 2, which I think is an old image. Let's refresh this. Sorry Ken, I'm pressing buttons. I know I said I wouldn't. Oh, I haven't got that EasyJet showing. Carl Shield, what kind of free stuff are you getting, mate? I thought when I flew with KLM last week, I thought on the outward flight, what are the chances of being upgraded to first class? Which is generally about 1%. On account that I'm not a doctor, a lord, or all of those things. Anyway, I didn't get upgraded, but the flight was excellent, so no harm, no foul. Now, I need a bit of help in the chat. Earlier on, I gave my rendition of that 70s pop song, London, Paris, New York, Munich, everybody talk about pop music. Who the devil sung it? I genuinely cannot remember. Now, you might not remember the tune because I've not made it sound like a tune, but I'm hoping you might recognise the lyrics. Margaret McKenna, good morning to you. Certainly down at Newcastle, I can report I am tickety-boo. Constantly looking skyward because obviously it's a little bit uncertain weather-wise here. I can see an arrival, so let's get to that. Just get yourself ready for it. So thanks Alibi, that's British Airways A320 on finals from London Heathrow. It's another nice little flight, that, around an hour, 50 minutes depending on the winds. When I came back last weekend from Amsterdam, the the bank turn that they pull as they come in for finals, just off the coast outside Seaton Sluice. It was lovely. Almost gave you the illusion that the wings were going to dip the water, which obviously they weren't. So nice and serene, no dramas there. So, you know, I'm just checking my flight radar. I'm still not seeing that EasyJet transponding. I've got this British Airways arrival. I've got the Jet 2 showing on the apron. Might have to bag up. So folks, I'm just going to let this plane fade out of shot while I protect the tablet. Stitching time saves 9, as I say. That's better. Let's go with British Airways. It's not moved that fast, has it? So I reckon the next 20 minutes might be a little bit onerous in terms of showers. Not that it's going to trouble the planes any. The merciful thing is the rain isn't driving into my position, not like it did a few weeks ago where we had that sleet and everything. There's not much you can do to protect a camera when the stuff's coming head on to the lens. Right, so I think that's every bet. I'm assuming the EasyJet that I'm tracing after now is going back to Belfast. Political bias. Good morning, my friend. Welcome to the show. Rainer, welcome to you, my friend. What's happening in Berlin? Can't believe it looks like this. Sorry folks, I was just having a quick delve into the chat. At least you know it's springtime, don't you? You know, we haven't quite had the sunshine, end of sunshine showers. But, yeah. Well, somebody's on finals. It's probably been shouted in the chat. So, Jacques van der Berg, good morning to you, sir. Before I jump in, Ryanair on finals. Thanks, Alibi. Let's have the action then. There we go. See how close we can get without getting too blurry. It really does look murky at the back end of the bus. 737. Just about to put the wheels down. Looks like it's wearing a necklace, doesn't it? So you can see the EasyJet outgoer taxiing to line up. We'll put to that in a jiffy. Jamie Dalrymple, good morning to you. How are you, sir? Welcome back to the show. Glad you can join us this morning. Right, let's get to the outgoing EasyJet, because I don't think he's going to be hanging around. And so it proved. Close to a telescope there, Ken and Alibi. Where to go next? It's not much of a view, is it? I'm just going to park here with British Airways for a tick. Just come back into the chat, folks. Jamie, it's a total pleasure. I appreciate your time as well, my friend. There's many other choices, and if people choose to watch us in action, be it Newcastle, Amsterdam, Edinburgh on Monday, we're absolutely touched and honoured. As I've said many times, the purpose of this channel is to share the plane spotting experience. We're not after global domination or some variant of that. We leave that to the bigger players. We are just all about going and watching the planes. I'll be watching them anyway. So I figure if I can bring you the action and add some enjoyment to your day, it's worthwhile. Rest up there for a jiffy. Rainier. Sun is out in Berlin every now and then. Well, you're in front of us, mate. We have the odd bit of blue sky. I don't think I've seen the sun. I need to work on my tan. I'm trying to read this through a plastic bag, so sorry if I misread it. Lolo Rick. Good morning. How are you, my friend? Welcome to the show. I don't think I've met you before in the chat, so assuming I'm correct, hi, and thanks for taking the time to join us today. Just quick check on my hardware. That's all doing good. Alibi. KLM Embraer E195 E2 on finals. Preparing now, my friend. Oh, I do love a 195 E2. Right, so quick checking, make sure there's no water getting where it shouldn't. I can see a little bit of water on the lens. Is that noticeable at home, folks? I don't want to start wiping and smearing if I can avoid it, particularly as I think the next 10 minutes look a bit tasty weather-wise. So, in case anyone who's just joined in the last minute wonders why I'm filming the end of runway 25, it's because we're expecting a KLM arrival from Amsterdam, an Embraer 195E2. He's going to poke its way out of the gloom. I'm watching closely with a naked eye. Car shield like sending me rain. Well, if you've got the sunshine, you've got the right end of it, my friend. And as I speak, I can now see the 195. You can probably see it now. Just like a little UFO. But proof positive, it's on its way in. I have an early battery change to execute today. 27 minutes on the camcorder left. I've gone for a small battery first so that I can go back on charge. That way we've got some tactical flexibility in case we want to extend. I'm going to have to put my hat up. No, it's on my hat, my hood. Not having Nell's hat get wet. Yeah, that's murky, innit? Yeah, sorry folks, I just can't penetrate the gloom. I wonder how full this flight is. Certainly when I went out last week it wasn't excessively full. Although coming back it was pretty much full. It was full, thinking about it. Trying to make sense, coming back Sunday tea time, you're going to have a load of people coming back from a great weekend in Amsterdam. Perhaps this is full of Dutch people looking for a good weekend in Newcastle. I was gutted last week that my flights were Boeing 737s in both directions. I really wanted to pick up an Embraer on one of the legs. E2 would have been a nice touch, but any of them would have done the trick. So as I was saying earlier in the show, when the rain passes a bit more, I've got a little video montage to show you when there's another lull in traffic, as we often get at Newcastle, being a regional airport, of the final approach from coast through to the runway. It's only a short clip, but hopefully you'll enjoy that. Something different. Get to see what's the other side of the hedge. There for a minute. Sorry folks, I've not been active in the chat. Let's have a quick look see. Andrew NUFC, good morning. Thank you for joining the show, mate. Bet you were at a bit of a loose end, are you, today football wise, or do you like the international stuff? Audrey confirms the screen's okay, so I'm not going to start smearing things. Always pays, doesn't it, to avoid tinkering more than you need to tinker. So let's take the back off the tablet. Dare I? Dare I dare. So, the plane that is there, which I actually thought had left earlier, is still shown as a 7 o'clock Grenoble flight. Doesn't seem to be in a rush to do anything, does it? Just excuse me folks while I have a quick swallow. Just picking up on Kevin's question, which Ken's our expert to cover, about why Prestwick doesn't get streaming coverage. It is, like as Ken says, the traffic thing, but they do have some great movements there. It really is one of those places, I think, that if you get lucky and all the rest of it, or you're very well informed, you can pick up some great movements. We're certainly going to be back there later this year. Won't be for a live stream. We'll probably bolt that onto a Glasgow. Graham Thompson, good morning to you. Welcome to the show from a pretty drizzly Newcastle Airport. Every time I take the bag off my tablet, the drizzle returns. It's like someone's got a switch. Yeah, Andrew, NUFC, I'm missing it. I don't really care for the international stuff either. I think I've become cynical with it over the years. Just too much of it. It seemed much better in the olden days, if I can use the term. Even the qualification process for the major tournaments seems to have too much slack in it. Yeah, and the trip to the Netherlands was fantastic, buddy. I've waxed lyrical a few times on the chat on that one. Oh, Audrey, I've just caught your message about your dog. Oh, sorry to hear that. I mean, they are your family, aren't they? I mean, they're getting away from it. I've not had a dog for a number of years, but they are just an extension of your family. Oh, what's this? I may have to go back through the chat. Sorry, Rainer, I've missed this. Paintings. Are you an artist, Rainer? Sorry, I should feel like I should know that. I like to know the people in my chat. Yeah, it's a shame about Doncaster Airport, isn't it, really, Andrew? Right, folks, the usual alert. I'm going to have a quick snack bar, which I'm going to try and digest as quietly as I can. Del W, good morning to you. How's things in Belgium today? You'd be pleased to know my new beanie is on top of my head. Still as proud as punch with that, so thank you. You see, Rainer, I'd love to paint. I just don't have it. I think it's like being able to play music as well. Again, I'm just, you know, severely untalented. But I think it's great expression if you can do that kind of thing. Now here's a question for our expert mods. Oh, we're back to Nell, sorry. Yeah, great chocolate. Great biscuits as well. You don't know how they sustain me, those biscuits. Anyway, quick question for the mods. Have we got a gap in traffic that's likely to be about 10 minutes? Because I think I'm going to bring forward the extra footage I'd got to show you with people. rather than just have you looking at a standing ERJ 145, fun as that is. So just bear with me, just wait for the traffic forecast, because what I don't want to do is start showing you a clip. It's only a very short clip anyway, and I can't see anybody lining up for finals. Right, I think I'm going to go for it. So earlier in the show I mentioned a little bit about a feature we've got for today. I showed a little graphic actually for those that were in the chat at the time or watching, of basically, this is not great, is it? So what is the other side of that hedge? What do finals look like? As I've said before, when we operate from runway 25, they come in from the east, loop over the North Sea, make the turn, and then they come. But what does that look like? Now if you bear with me, and I'll toggle out of this relatively quickly. Sorry folks, wet hands aren't operating touch screens at the minute. So there you go. So this graphic basically shows the route the planes take on finals as they turn into runway 25. So the three circles you'll see from the right to the left. Hopefully you can see the titles. Seaton Sluice, a coastal village. So we filmed a little bit of footage there. Midway along you'll see a circle, Northumberlandia, which is the local earthworks landmark, which I'll show you in a jiffy. And then we filmed just the other side of the airport. So just for interest, that's what Northumberlandia looks like. So you should see that transition on your screens in a jiff. Go. So some of that is filmed from Northumberlandia. So we're standing on the head basically. That's the nose that you see in the centre of the screen. And then if we roll the footage, what you'll get is the Boeing, the Emirates 777 on finals, filmed across 3 segments. Like I say, it's only a short clip, but I thought it might be judicious to show you something. So here you are, out at Seaton Sluice. So planes basically come in from just about the other side of those wind farms. This is just a little bit of a pan for you, just to aid the visualization process. And to the left, the Port of Blythe, just to give you some sort of sense of where it is. And here is our Emirates triple on its way in from Dubai. It's basically a sky shot at the point you pick it up from here. Out at sea, you just can't get it into frame with the sea for context. Film from Northumberlandia. Tends to get a little bit blurry for us here. You can still see the snow in the background. We've sort of shot this over a number of different days. weather appears to be improving here. Final part of the approach, or just the other side of the runway hedge. Tell you what, that was a blowy day, that was. Tripod went over twice. Luckily I had the camera on it at the time, but you can hear it blowing in the background, can't you? Touchscreen to change over cold hands, so you're just seeing a little bit of an overrun there. Not to worry. You should be back on the regular camera feed now, and you are. So there you go. Little bit of a. We're just still playing with the capability of the kit, but obviously places like Amsterdam, the action is wall to wall, or pretty much wall to wall, but Newcastle in particular, you get those pauses in traffic, and I kind of figured that as we've now got the technology to be able to feed things in, we'll start doing a little bit of that if we've got anything interesting for you. So that was just a what's the other side of the hedge. So hopefully folks enjoyed that. So I suppose we're probably wondering if there's any actual immediate action. Good news is I think the weather is lifting. So the only thing I can see pinging on the tarmac. Bit over on there, folks. As I say, we're still tinkering with the technology. Cold hands, very difficult to make things work as they should. So you should be back to normal now. You certainly haven't missed anything at this end. Thank you, Ken Alloway. We try to please in our own sweet way. Just want some planes to show you. I think we have a BizJet in at around 10 o'clock as well this morning, which will be an extra to our programme. So with my papers, I usually like to keep a bit of a note so I can see roughly what's due. So where are we now? 9 o'clock. Oh, according to flight radar, we should have had something in at 9 and a couple of departures around 10 past, followed by KLM at 9:25. So yeah, I can see some action now. Sit tight, folks. We're back to action. So, pinging away is a Jet 2 737 bound for Tenerife. I was saying earlier in the show, it's interesting that Jet 2 have decided to take ground ops in-house at Newcastle and Bristol. I think that might be harmonising what they are doing elsewhere, but a change nevertheless. Just looking in the chat, Audrey, have you ever been to Northumberlandia? You probably have, being local. I've seen it, but until I went to film, that was the first time I've been there. Views were excellent. Yeah, Ken, that was the rerun, mate. I thought I'd deselected it, which initially I think I had, but the audio was still going. As I say, it's quite tricky when you're trying to toggle stuff, but I think the functionality makes it kind of worth it, because it means you've got something. I can show you things that might be of interest to you rather than an empty runway, because I wasn't expecting a pause at 9 o'clock, to be honest. Just take us along the terminal building. Well, I'm thinking that Tenerife flight must be ready to roll. I think it's been unclipped on the tug. See if I'm right. Yeah. Well, overhead, not too bad. That end, not too good. Good news is, sorry to zoom you in and out like that, I don't want people getting seasick on my show. I can help it. We're still holding on to a northwesterly, or northwesterly wind. QC Cat, no, not a mountain bike park, I don't think. At the start, that would have been the Seaton Sluice bit. I don't remember seeing a mountain bike park there. Those other hills, Northumberlandia, is just a land sculpture of a lady, basically, facing out towards sea. I'd imagine it'd be quite good fun to mountain bike on there. About 100 foot high, so some decent steeps for those who have that degree of adventure. I did mention to Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation that now I'm newly retired, I quite fancy getting myself a little motocrosser. Not ridden on one for years. And then this reality check, I saw the look on her face. It was like, well, why would you be doing that? You'll only come a cropper. So I'll stick to filming planes. Gio Lecky, good morning to you. Well, you might be new, but you are very welcome to our show. So welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation, live streaming from Newcastle International Airport on a pretty grotty day, but could be worse. So grateful that you've given us your time today. Hopefully you'll enjoy the show. It's a bit of a quiet moment at the minute. We've got a couple of departures imminent. This 737 that's partially obscured, and more immediately we have a Ryanair pushing back, which I think is a returning Dublin flight. So next stream from us, just in case anyone's missed it, sorry if it's a little repetitious, but I'm always excited, Edinburgh on Monday. So a bit of weekday action. And of course I've got a soft spot for Edinburgh, scenery there, the backdrop is absolutely fantastic. So hopefully folks will be able to join us for a chunk of that action or more. looks like Tenerife is going first. Just shot out the blocks. Right, I've got a feeling, folks, I'm going to have to change a battery, so I'm going to do it now. So, your screen's going to go blank. Hopefully I'll resolve that very quickly. Battery change now, folks. With me, people. Hopefully you've still got me. Just put the welder battery on charge. Ken, thank you, mate. I want the option at the back end of the show of extending, because we've got that Volatea coming in just after 12, and as long as there's not too big a gap and people indicate they want it, I'll stick on. So in that gloom, believe it or not, that is a Jet 2 on its way to Tenerife. Oh, it doesn't look very nice at all at that end. Sorry folks, I can't bring you better clarity there. I'm going to bring the camera back and take this taxiing Ryanair. It's a better visual experience, and I'll watch the Jet 2 ready for when he lines up. Certainly an interesting day's weather. Just checking in the chat, we haven't got anything on finals, have we? I've got this horrible feeling it'll be a bit like Amsterdam on Sunday, where they kind of come out of the gloom so quickly. Because that Jet 2 for Tenerife is holding still, so I get the feeling something's coming. I don't think he's having to give way. Audrey, thank you. Inbound 10 minutes. difficult. You see another Jet 2 scampering along as well. Yeah, here we go. I like the classic Jet 2 look, but that silver fuselage does us no favours, does it, on a day like this where it's all misty mizzle. Well, when I looked earlier, the 777 was on for an 11 o'clock arrival. That was about 4:30ish, so I guess there's a lot of ebb and flow that could have passed in the meantime. Hopefully that will be earlier rather than later. Well, at this rate, our inbound plane will be here. Mind you, it's good that we've got some continuity of action with Ryanair lined up behind this and another Jet 2 in the form of a Salzburg flight behind that. So 3 outgoers on the spin, all 737s. Here we go. So, Ryanair next to go. Off to Carl Shields' hometown of Dublin. Nell, I think some of that spray fell on me when it went over. Looks like the Jet 2 Grenoble flight's moving as well. So battery wise, we should be good till the standard end of the show, and then we've got the option of going longer if there's something to show you. Apparently it's sunny in Dublin, so I'd say that's definitely a good place to be today. We're moving. dropped down when I was panning for that. The water started dripping off the bag on the camera onto the tablet. Yes, my hat's essential, Nell. Essential with a capital E. Bag the tablet up again. Down the track. I think this will be the Salzburg departure next out. Although, haven't we got an arrivals? Yeah, I can see the incoming plane. I've got no access to flight radar, so somebody can shout the incoming one out in the chat. That would be brilliant. Mark at North Sky. Good morning, my friend. If I ask what the weather's doing in Consett, you're probably going to tell me the sun's out, aren't you? But no, you're seriousness, mate. What is it doing in Consett? Yeah, it's an EasyJet of some flavour. Last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it's turned a bit vile here, to be honest. That's 7 degrees at the forecast, it don't feel like 7. Not rushing to exit. Sorry folks, I'm trying to get my hood up over my hat and pan the camera without taking my headphones off. It's a bit of a wriggle. There we go. Case cracked. Oh, that's encouraging, Mark. If it's cloudy with no rain, that gives me some optimism. Thank you, Ken, for confirming next departure is the Jet 2 departure to Grenoble, which, there it is, down there in the murk. challenging. I'm sure the weather is supposed to improve around now, and sure enough it does look a bit lighter to my left. Right, where to rest the camera? Now by my loose calculation, KLM are due out at 9:25. Nicholas Taylor, good morning to you down in Leamington Spa. Hope you're enjoying the weekend. Can't whack that Saturday feeling, can you? Assuming you're not working on a Saturday. So I think, all things being equal, KLM should be on the move imminently. Although, according to flight radar, I don't think they're transponding yet. So we'll stay with this deboarding Geneva flight. That's the ground ops team in action. So anybody that's recently joined the stream, just a reminder, I'm Mark, your host, or an introduction rather than a reminder. Plain Sailing Aviation, streaming here at Newcastle, officially till about 11:30. We may do a little bit of overtime, depending on the weather and incoming movements. So thank you for choosing to spend time with us this morning. Unfortunately, one of the features of regional airports, and I think it's well appreciated, is that track and flows can be a little bit uneven. So for the most part this morning, bar a couple of breaks, they're generally within 5 to 10 minutes, typically 10. Today's not been that kind of day really. But the upside is the weather is looking better. Concepts weather is arriving here. Likely to arrive in the next half an hour. We've got a BizJet in from Biggin Hill at 10 o'clock. Ryanair's Barcelona flight, which was due in at 9:45, is delayed. So that's now 11:15. So we're not looking heavy. I think the BizJet at 10 o'clock is our next arrival, followed by Lufthansa's Embraer 190 at about 10:20. Our Emirates 777 seems to be making exceptional progress, now looking at around 10 to 11, so that is particularly early. And I mentioned overtime potential. There is a Chewy flight in 737 due in at 5 to 12, and if that was looking to be a bit early, we might stay for that. And the Volotea that I showed you a clip of earlier in the stream, that is back from Hamburg today at 20 past 12. So there's a couple of tempting prospects from an overtime point of view. In terms of departs, oh, my fingers are just not operating the touch screens. So, good news is British Airways should be pushing back imminently. They're due out at 9:30. KLM were due out at 9:25, so they should start to get a wriggle on pretty soon. EasyJet will be on their way back out to Geneva at 5 to 10. So really outgoing action is the next in the form of KLM and British Airways. Rainer, thank you so much for your kind super chats. I've just seen that flash up and my smile has flashed up with it. Thank you so much, sir. I love this is a super sticker, isn't it? The one with the animation. I am liking that coffee. Now, where are you with the tea? Oh dear, it's bleak here. But yeah, Rainer, you're a real gent, and I really appreciate the support for the channel. And whereas, to be honest, I will be having a coffee straight after the show, straight to the nearest Starbucks. Truth is, everything I ever take in a super chat, a PayPal donation or whatever, just goes on to the next trip. And we have an announcement pending on that in the next few days for next Saturday. So thank you so much. Right, sorry folks, I just realised the camera drifted. I'm just going to take it for a little drive as we patiently wait for something to happen. I'll just film this for our subsidiary channel, Tanker Watch. I think there's little doubt that if you were at the other end of the airport, it's tipping it down. Just flitting back into the chat, Ken, you asked me, I think last week, or maybe it was in one of our emails, if I'd seen Jerry of Big Jet's documentary on the Antonov. Yeah, caught it up a couple of days ago. Really enjoyed it. Margaret, you don't have to pay anything. This is a free service. Donations, when made, are entirely, you know, I'm not lobbying for them or any of those things. They are really appreciated. Oh, bit of action, sorry. So no, you can turn up and watch for free every week to your heart's content. Looks like the fire brigade are doing a drill. I'm glad I'm not downwind of that smoke. Yes, Alibi's called it correct. I was distracted there by the smoke and the flames and the heat, because I thought, take my ass down there for a bit of that. No, your presence, watching, liking and subscribing is everything we ask. Anything in life that exceeds that is a bonus. It really is. So please keep watching me. Oh, come on camera, stay where you're supposed to be staying. This channel's all about the community, the aviation community. You know, we've got great moderators in the chat. Alibi, Ken, Nell, and obviously Dopey Gorp and Paul Denio, who aren't with us this morning. And you all know in the chat, the regulars, you know, you make it such a great place. That's what we want. And I've took in a bit of aviation action, if I can find you any. Oh, KLM's on the move. I did say they'd be due out around 9:25. Our fast taxiing KLM pilots. Although I'm told the official speed limit is 15 miles an hour. And I was saying last week at Amsterdam, the taxi from landing to the terminal took about 20 minutes. So I do understand why KLM pilots appear to be pedal to the metal when they're taxiing. I think it was the longest taxi I've managed at an airfield anywhere. Great though, because there's plenty to see. I had a window seat on the way out. Jonathan Young, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. You must be a lucky omen, Jonathan. We just had a pause in traffic and you've joined us, and now KLM have showed the hand. So fantastic. Jonathan, you should have flown from here, mate. We could have caught you. We'll do have a nice time in Gran Canaria. A bit of warm sunshine would go a long way. Mind you, to be fair, summer is coming and I can't wait to bring you live streams with a bit of sunshine. Oh man. Andy P, good morning to you, sir. How are you this fine day? As you can see, the wind is still labouring in that north-northwesterly direction. It's not risking taking the sock off its hooks, is it? Not that we've got an immediate plan to, but I quite fancy live streaming from Gran Canaria. Give it the once over when you pass through, Jonathan, if you wouldn't mind, and let me know. Chris at Speedbird did Tenerife a few weeks ago and I quite enjoyed that too. Members you would have thought of being able to film in a t-shirt. Well, I've said it before and I'm never going to tire of saying it, I love the E2. As Ken calls it in the chat, it's off to Amsterdam, Schiphol Airport. I think British Airways should be shortly to push their A320 back to Heathrow. That can't be far away from going. Andy P, it's cold here, mate. 7 degrees officially. Whether it's the damp in the air. I've got my pocket warmers though, which is helping. Although for some reason I don't seem to be able to get as much heat into these. Kind of making it like a Formula 1 tyre thing. You know when the drivers complain they can't get enough heat into their tyres? These pocket warmers don't seem to be heating up as they normally do. Hey ho, that's what you do when you stream. Now W, that's miles per hour, not kilometres. I got that from the airport's duty manager who kindly responded to my query. So yeah, miles per hour. Although when I taxied out here last Saturday, the check me out, the pilot was using every one of his 15 miles an hour, I can tell you. Alright, I think I might dare take the bag off the tablet. Yep, let's do that. Andy P, this kind of show is definitely better enjoyed from home. No question. We're not at the crossover yet where you think, oh, I wish I were there for the sunshine. I was talking to a couple when I arrived to set up, Chris and Rebecca, lovely couple from Sunderland, passionate plane spotters, and you know, it's the nature of the gig, isn't it really? You will turn out if the conditions are bad, if there's things you want to see, but equally if you can see it and still be at home and not get cold, well, it's a bit tempting. Well, I think the weather is giving me reasons to smile, because if you look that way, I can actually see bits of blue. Look at that. I'm reaching for my suntan lotion. Come on, KLM, let's get the show on the road. Dopey Gorp, good morning, my friend. Do not apologise for taking the children to the grandparents. Although, if you like Eddie, hoping he's not in the chat at the minute, otherwise he'll have me later, he turned up later than advertised. Sorry Eddie, can't help it. Your spanner's not up, Dopey Gorp. And while I've got you, I just want to offer a sincere apology. I never got to acknowledge your super chat last weekend. You posted after I'd gone off air, and when I saw your email when I was sitting in the departure lounge at the airport to come home, I'd assumed initially that that was for the Sunday show, and as you know, I was blighted with all kinds of technical gremlins, so I felt really bad about that, mate. So belatedly and verbally, thank you so much for your generous support to the channel. It's been a stone in my shoe all week, that has. Oh, there, your spanner's appeared. Ah, very good. Look at the star team in action. I know I'm biased, and no disrespect to anyone that might be listening that moderates on other channels, but there is not a better team of moderators in the aviation community, and I'm just going to stick that one out there. Well, I think the tower clearly think they're going to have to leave the lights on for a bit longer. I was rather hoping they'd switch them off shortly as another sign of what I can see on the horizon is looking to play out. I'm not sure the wind's changing direction. Yeah, I think the wind has just tacked round maybe 15-20 degrees. Dopey Gorp, the email thing's a separate thing, no rush. I'm just more just wanted to sort of say hi and all the rest of it. Things all seem to be working okay here at the minute in terms of tech. I'm sticking to Ken's instructions and not touching any buttons. That seems to be working okay. Actually, that's a good point, Andy P. Now, please pass on my good morning to Peter and Josh. It was indeed lovely to meet you all last week. But as we know, Peter is legendary on this channel. Subscriber 201. Oh, Leica. Correction. Yeah, Ken, I think we might be alright for a bit. I think the next downturn is around 1 o'clock. So we'll just have to see how our luck holds. imagine why this plane is parked up like that. Looks like the bird patrol are potentially going to scare some birds. Carl, when's this more heavy rain coming? This is the thing. In fact, it's more than the thing. So Ken Alloway, thank you for shouting it out. BA A320 is returning to London Heathrow and it is pushing back at the minute. So let's get you onto some aviation action. Sorry it's not the cleanest view of a pushback, but at least you know stuff's happening. The vehicle that I was trained on, the driver's got out. I don't know whether he's actually setting up. In fact, I'm just going to go off the plane and go and see what this guy's doing. Ah, yes, it's the bird patrol guy. Until I realised it was a broken shotgun, I thought he got some kind of drone. Don't pick up. I don't think I've looked quite good modelling anything. However, I would say that Nell's knitwear definitely did me some good in that sense. Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation has swooped in on that one. I just can't get over the speed that it was knitted at, or both of them. I mean, anyone that saw the community post picture that Nell kindly provided, where she's got the Plain Sailing Aviation monogrammed hat under construction, if you will, on a keyboard, and you can see on the screen the live stream, Saturday's live stream, the Emirates 380 arrival, and you think, geez, how's it possible to do it in such quick time? Impressive. Simon Kirby, good morning to you, sir. I do hope it's bird control and not streamer control. Can you imagine that? That would be a very robust zero tolerance of streamers, wouldn't it really? To be fair, it did look like a handy piece, didn't it? Although he's not actually discharged it, so... Yes, these new sheriffs, I am going to have to watch out. The spot we parked at, also where we filmed from, is like, you can park up on the verges, they're not double yellowed or anything, and you're not obstructing a gate, but if you do, you have probably about an 80% probability that the regular police patrols will move you on. Which always seems a bit severe to me. You know, you park up on the grass. Hey ho, we don't make the rules, we just try to stick with them. So Emirates Tower in the background, all 45 metres of it, reduced to a few inches on your screen. Yeah, that would be a very quick ending to a stream. I'd probably abandon the equipment. Ah, I think you can hear that in the background. Somebody's getting the good news. So this one back to Heathrow. We'll also be back to Heathrow in the coming weeks, next couple of months hopefully. Still tidying up our plans for some of the away fixtures. I'm starting to feel increasingly sorry for the passengers on that Embraer 195, the KLM flight to Amsterdam. Not more frustrating, is there, than sat there on the runway? Well, not even on the runway, stuck on the apron. At least the visibility's improved quite a lot at the back end of the runway. So, whoopie-doo and all that. Trust me, I'm holding on now. With the last wave of drizzle that's gone, although I'm a bit cold still, I'm feeling a wave of euphoria because it's definitely looking brighter. Wind's still pivoting round a bit. It looks more of a northerly to me now than a northwesterly. Simon, before it goes quiet, you'll hear some other words. Not the kind of words that we use on a family-friendly kind of channel, but yeah. You'll definitely hear some sharp sounds from me. Although I have to be honest, and it would be funny, wouldn't it, if this could be filmed by somebody else, me trying to escape the guy with the shotgun would probably make for hilarious TV. I'm deceptively quick over about 30 yards, then I'm in trouble. Plus he's got his van, his truck. So, as British Airways make their way to departure, I know we've got a Cessna, I think it's a Citation, in from Biggin Hill, I'd like to say, around Tennis. Hope that is still the case. Nicholas Taylor, it would be a bit Benny Hill-ish, wouldn't it? I was thinking Keystone Cops, but I think between the two, yeah, it would definitely make an interesting sight. So I can't see the in-stream poll on my tablet, so you guys and girls will know we've got one on the go this morning. Just asking which views people like best, takeoffs, landings, or an even split between the two. If you've not cast your votes, please do. I mean, we give you the best that we can give you, and there's pros and cons for everything, isn't there? But it's nice to know what your audience likes, so please do cast your vote. If someone could tell me in the chat how it's running, because I'm curious. Yeah, Simon, that could be a demonetized content thing. I'm thinking, yeah, you might be right. We'll stick it on TikTok. Going with something topical. Thank you, Simon. 57%, 50-50. That's broadly where I am, I think. There's always that element of weather dependence as well, isn't there? So if it's a severely windy day, you can't beat watching the landings. And I find this particularly at Newcastle. If you come this end very quickly, reverse ops, so taking off from this way, heading off from 07 to runway 25. You get the great sound of the engines. Plus it's quite nice actually when they're going in the way they are at the minute when they come over your head. Anyway, by the by, thought we'd cast it out there and see. I mean, as you'll appreciate, a lot of what you can do is dependent on where you're able to broadcast from. So you kind of have to make the best of what's on the show, but I like to know what folks really like. Sorry folks, I was keeping up the plane there, even though it's moving at a glacial pace. This bag that I've got over my camcorder has a lot of water droplets on it, and I was momentarily considering whether to try and shake them off, chicken out. You know that thing about unintended consequences, where do the drips go? Where am I parked today, Mark? I am down at the Callerton Parkway, which, for those of you who wonder what I'm on about, that's a local metro station. There's a couple of spots around here that I favour, that's one of them. Yeah, now the weather is feeling a lot better. There's a lot of blue sky to my left. But I get the sense the wind's picking up. Martin Gallagher, good morning to you. Hope you're well. £1.20 mark. The bigger problem there, and you can do it by phone, is that often the machines don't blink in work and they don't give change. But it's as good a spot as any. There's a pub up on the corner as well, but obviously you can't park on there without squaring it with the landlord. Well, we're rolling. Heathrow, here we come. So let's get back to our subsidiary channel, KLM Watch. Didn't get any spray that time. Not at my end anyway. Plenty on the runway. Decent noise, as Ken says. Andy P, you're right mate, bit of everything here. Smidgen of wildlife yacked into. I suppose I've got to refresh my flight radar now my hands are dried out. So our BizJet, pretty sure that's the one. Yeah, a Citation 550, Citation Bravo. Check out that. That is good flight radar, 3 minutes away, approaching South Shields. I reckon that's about 5 or 6. But hey-ho, our second BizJet of the day. This one operated by the Little Jet Company. They sound nice, don't they? The Little Jet Company. I wonder what brings the occupants of this plane to Newcastle. So yes, our KLM is still transponding away cheerfully. Remind myself what time the Geneva EasyJet return flight goes. I'd like to say around 10 past 10, but I'll be improvising, so I'll not say that. Ah, okay, so that was due to go at 10 to 10, so that's actually on overtime. So I think I'm just going to rest the camera on our returning Geneva flight. Looks like things are in a fairly advanced state of activity. BizJet is turning out, or shortly to turn out, over Whitley Bay, heading up to Seaton Sluice, the place I showed you in the video. So if you've only recently joined us, do check out the full video from today's live stream. We've got a couple of additional features in there. One showing the approach from the coast all the way through to runway 25. It's only a short clip which I fed in during a bit of a pause in play. And the other is of the Volotea A319 that came through yesterday from Bordeaux and then went off to Amsterdam. Beautiful little plane. Those who follow me on Twitter or follow the channel will have seen the picture. We've got a short 57-second clip that we fed into the stream just to give you a bit of something extra. We'll try to do that. Right, I suppose I better get the camera ready. I'm almost tempted, but I'm not gonna take the bag off the camera. I know if I do, I'll regret it. Don't be caught. You've got to do it, man, ain't you? Have you got one of those sound bars? So I scan the horizon, looking for our incoming BizJet, which has now turned in at Seaton Sluice. Lovely little beach there. Enjoyed taking Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation for a bit of a look-see when I was filming the clip. So I should get visual on that any second, folks. So do indulge me while I leave the camera rested on the end of a runway. Cessna 550 Citation Bravo. That does sound impressive. Ah, super stuff. A subwoofer. Can't beat a good bit of sound, can you? It does make you wonder now, looking at the KLM Embraer, why it's parked. Because nobody's going to the plane. It was a little bit late out, so it may well have lost a slot, may have had to find a new flight plan, but I'm surprised it's sat where it's sat. Right, I've got visual on the BizJet. Let's see if I can get it close enough for sharing with you good people. I had visual, it's just dipped behind a cloud. It's a total UFO, I appreciate, but we'll hold it. Should become more visible once it comes away from that darker cloud, that band of cloud. beauty. Of course it's going to turn off right in front of us. Okay. Business jet terminal here on the right hand side of the runway as you view it. I don't think there's much waiting for the baggage carousel going on there. Let's cut to our other channel, Embraer Watch. Has it moved? I don't think so. Andy P, I don't think I have had a telescope yet. There was a borderline decision which Alibi will bear me out on, and kindly I think ruled in my favour, when Ken had left the chat to take his car to the garage, where the Loganair that was pushing back from gate 1, the tail fin was kind of blending in with the fencing. And it's just to illustrate the point, if you can visualise Loganair's colours, it was all in that kind of reddish fencing. And I kind of lost things a little bit, but I think I evaded that. Mark at North Sky, no, I've got nothing planned for release tomorrow. Eddie, if you're still in the chat, because Eddie's the editor, have we got anything? Oh, Embraer scarpering. Have you got anything, my friend? If so, tell us about it. Ah, lovely. Just fired off a quick snap, folks. I do apologise for stuttering your screen. I was quite taken with that virtual head-on view. Alibi, thank you, my friend. Fairly adjudicated. Although stick around, folks, there is time. Where are we now? Just past 10 o'clock? I'm wondering if this is going to be going off as a reverse ops departure. I'm getting all excitable. That's me clapping and getting excitable. I need a second cam, don't I, so you can see what that kind of looks like. On second thoughts, it's a good reason not to get the second cam. Josh Scott, I think, based on a tweet I've seen, they are doing some work to enhance the security area there, so I'm wondering if it's that, the building work. So Mark's got a video, North Sky have a video of heavies. Ready for tomorrow? Is it a prem? And if it's a prem or whenever, what time are you publishing? Folks might want to check you out. We are blessed. Reverse ops departure. Although it's starting to skip with rain, so it's a bit of a quick profile, I think. Ooh! Can you get the Wookie? A Wookie on a 195. bit of a crab on there. Saying last week, up for the Edelweiss, I find KLM one of the most happiest liveries. Could watch them for hours, which to be fair at Schiphol we got to watch a lot of KLMs, didn't we? And looks like Geneva A320 EasyJet flight is pushing back, a bit late, but now's a good time. Right, just quickly checking on the chat. Sorry if I've missed anybody. Les Donaldson, I'm sorry I've missed you, sir. Welcome to the chat. Hopefully you're not working today, but whichever, grateful that you found time with us to spend with us. Mark at North Skies Heavies premiere 6:30 tomorrow, if you can get it finished in time. Well, I think you've just committed to everybody on the show that your Heavies feature is going to be out at 6:30 tomorrow. Come on, Mark. You've got to give the public what they want. Yeah, 07 for that one, but I'm not sure what's going on here. We'll see what this EasyJet does. Alibi, oh, they're still doing that drain work. JCB work on Monday. JCB watch on Monday. Sorry folks, I've got drizzle on my glasses. Alibi, please tell me they're not still digging up the bit that they were digging up when I was there last. They must have moved on a bit. Yeah, I love your crab graphic emoji, Ken. Yeah, that was a fair old tack, wasn't it? I think the wind... Oh, jeez. Slow me down. That sound was me dropping my tablet. Anyway, it works still, so there you go. So... there you go. Mark at North Skies under a little bit of pressure, but it's a good bit of pressure. And tea time is such a good spot, isn't it, to be able to settle down and watch a feature. Josh Scott says the Lufthansa looks like it's coming in on 07. Right, in which case I'm going to have to be a bit more ambidextrous, aren't I? Just indulge me folks while I muse on how to make the best of this newfound opportunity. Luckily when I drop the tablet it's in a protective bag that I put on for when the drizzle gets a bit tricky, so the bag's muddy. So I suppose that's one good thing. If you're going to drop your tech, do it when the ground's soft and mushy. Not that I bother with it myself, but under my feet it kind of looks like I'm standing on a puddle of Nutella. North Sky confirms that the Lufthansa incomer is just passed over. Ah, I got it. I was thinking flight radar was playing me false, so that would be an Embraer 190 long range. So I'm going to have to hedge my bets with the camera position, aren't I? I was saying to the couple I was talking to this morning when I set up, I usually try to hedge my bets a little bit to cover me for runway changes, but it's always a bit of a compromise. I'm guessing you can hear, even with the bag over everything, the wind is picking up. It's definitely reasserting itself, the weather. I'm just dropping out of the chat, folks, so don't think me rude if there's anything pointed my way. with the Lufthansa arrival, I'm sort of tracking this but watching flight radar so that I've got a sense of when it's coming. I'm not having one of those telescopes off Ali by or Ken, not if I can avoid it. Yeah, we're staying with 07, which actually I'm pretty delighted about, because when that 777 comes in, folks, it'll probably rattle the tripod. That's good, I can work closer. Les, is that JCB though going to be in my way on Monday? Maybe it's at the 06 they've been running on Monday and I don't have to do the riggers. Andy P, that's a good point about the clocks. You see, Andy P, I can't do Nutella. Doesn't quite do it for me. So our incoming Lufthansa Embraer, jinking its way in from Frankfurt, currently pointing up towards the local village of Heading on the Wall. So 3 or 4 minutes away, folks. I'll stay with the EasyJet, which is holding for that arrival, and then break the camera away. We'll be looking at Sky for a bit. It won't be my new CloudWatch channel, it will just be me trying to get the camera in the right place. A bit like cricket really, you've got to get your eye in with the first ball of the day. Nicholas Taylor, standing ready, my friend. So as we watch this EasyJet Geneva flight, holding for our incoming Lufthansa, I think they're going to bring us away. Oh, hang on, we're rolling a bit further forward. Let's see if we can have our cake and eat it. I've just realised that usually I can look through the hedge here and have at least 30 seconds warning on an arrival, but it was so murky behind me, not sure that law holds. Oh, we've been told to get a move on. Now that's not really what I wanted. Not that it's about me. Back to back action, folks. Sound in the background is a train. Right, so past the Gloomy goes. I'm going to pull away now, folks. Let's get the incomer. against, but that was the classic livery, wasn't it? As you can see, it's all gone rather murky. Well, the plane turned up in the right kind of place for the shot, didn't it? Downside was that the rain was driving into the camera a bit. Nell, yes, the weather is definitely putting us to the test. So folks, I'm just popping the hood back up. Oh, Bennett. Ah, Les, 5 more months till you retire. You'll love it, mate. I've been retired, what have I been retired now? 3 months. Like a new lease of life. Well, Mark at North Sky, I've taken a lot of solace out of the fact that Consett has got better weather than here. Although with the way the wind's tracked round, it's a bit more northerly now, I think. That probably means that your weather isn't going to read across for me anymore, is it? Just rain, Les, at the minute. Simon, I don't want that fog. Although, take the upsides always. Orange Pride liveries notwithstanding, I'm definitely going back to Schiphol. Loved it. I think from a action and how spotter friendly it is, because there's another spotters park over on the other side, and I'd be quite keen if I go back to do a stream from that side. But of course it always depends on which runways are in use, but honestly I've thought of little else since I got back. I mean, for KLM, as I was saying in my community post, I thought the flight prices were pretty decent really. I mean, it was a proper, you know, proper service if you will. But it's not always easy to get the prices at that particular price point. Although saying that, if I could get there with Ryanair, 30 quid each way, I'll have a piece of that too. Ken Alloway, thank you so much, sir. Really kind of you. You're a staunch friend of the channel, so I'm always rendered speechless, but thank you so much, buddy. I'm relieved not to have missed it as well under this thick bag that the tablet's under. Thank you, mate. It's into the coffee fund, aka our next trip. say, I'm trying to pull together. Oh, next arrival. I wish I could tell you what it was, but I'm sure that's been shouted in the chat. Aer Lingus. All the way from the Emerald Isle, operated I think by Emerald Airways, or Airlines, whichever they call themselves. Our first turbo prop of the day, ATR 72600. Regular visitor here, probably making its way to gate 4, I would guess, its regular gate. Off into the gloom. Margaret, you're 3 miles from the airport and you've got no rain. Which side of the A1 are you? I'm trying to take a sense of hope out of this, because I didn't think this shower was coming till nearer 1 o'clock. Oops. Because it kind of looks at 9 o'clock to my position like it's brightening up again. So reasons to be cheerful. Dopey Gorp, thank you so much as well, my friend. Really appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. And yeah, if you do get a chance to check through the email that I sent, let me know on the question I posed, mate. Because we're trying to get into our forward planning cycle now for our next return to Heathrow. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, and I like the little graphic. I'm assuming that's a bacon sandwich. In fact, what's happening here? I get all excitable. Sorry, folks. So there's our drizzled ATR 72 working its way back. I think we'll stay with it. It's a bit fuzzy, but Andy P, I'm pretty certain you're getting a telescope. Although, if I could kind of organise it, I'd do it when Ken's gone to collect his car. Although Alibi's no slouch either. And all that does is make my son Eddie laugh his socks off when he sat at home watching this on the TV. I'm going to count that as a save. Must be a Logan Air. Well, no point in following that. Do you know what? Tower's done us a major favour swapping things over. Because if we were still taking off from 25, we'd not be able to see anything. Folks, I'm just going to give the lens a bit of a wipe. I've just appreciated that we're losing a bit of clarity. Apologies for being a bit slow to pick that one up. I'm kind of watching my viewfinder fill past it back. Back in the chat. Yes, Margaret, you are so right. Retirement is just the next phase of your life, isn't it? Nell W, I can't see a live like count, so excellent news. Close to 100, as always folks, make an old man happy, get me over the 100. Here we are, gate 4, let's see if we can get the countdown. I'll quickly check flight radar. Air France look like they are also in the parish with their Embraer 190. Right, sorry about this folks, I'm going to give the camera a quick wipe. Do not adjust your sets. Right, hopefully that improves the viewing experience. Yeah, Rainer, you're right mate. I think I can have coffee, bacon butty and a cake. I'll stay with the coffee, everything else is on the next gig. I love bringing you action from different places, so that's where the money goes. So Air France, my next telescope risk I'm thinking. Thank you LW, 101 likes, woohoo! That does put a warm glow in, fantastic. Simon Kirby, Mark base muck-ups, the orange scale, the bigger the muck-up, yeah, absolutely. Well listen, you can rely on me to do something during the course of the stream. It's all action. Les, you take care buddy, hope to see you when we stream on Monday. Right, I think I can get a bit of this taxiing Loganair before we cut to the Air France Embraer. Although I'm going to have to be fairly dexterous, and as we know I'm not that dexterous. Right, so Air France is heading on the wall. Probably about 3 minutes away, so I think we can follow this Loganair, which is going to a different gate, not the regular Loganair gate of gate 1 I think it is. I think I'd seen somewhere in the announcement about Loganair becoming the official airline of Newcastle Falcons rugby team, but they were looking to station an extra plane here, not for the Falcons per se, but with extra routes to Aberdeen coming on line with their summer schedule, including the onward to Oslo, for that reason. So with other announcements recently, the summer season is looking pretty promising in terms of additional action. We've got Aegean, I think Sun Express are also starting here in the summer. Now I'm thinking that Emirates must still be making time, because there's people pulling up and standing around by the road in the way they usually do when the Emirates is coming. As much as I love my Embraers, I'm pretty sure folks aren't turning out on a day like this just for that. So, awaiting our next shot as we look at the sky, as we reach for the sky. An Air France hot Embraer 190. Can't remember if it's a standard or a long range, I think it's a standard. Incoming from Paris Charles de Gaulle. where art thou? The sound you can hear is a metro train, I can solemnly report. Oh, I can see it now, folks. A matter of seconds before it comes onto your screen, so don't go and put the kettle on, you'll miss it. Probably hear it now. Which augurs well for the 777. And contrast that with a few minutes ago where it was murky and horrible down there. Couldn't even see the end of the runway. Oh, that's my favourite hop in the standard modern Air France livery. As you know, I'm not a big fan of the more contemporary and abstract classic hop, I was calling it a few weeks ago. Yeah, it's just going to the chat. Simon Kirby's talking about the Saab 340s on show at Aberdeen yesterday in Max Stream. I'm guessing you're talking about. I think they're phased out by Loganair in the summer, aren't they? Which will be a sad moment. I think they're out, and have they got some ATR 72s coming in? Can't quite remember. I know the 340s are being phased out. Was it a 340, those of you that were on our Glasgow stream, that were doing the donuts, that we kind of, in the end, never got to saw it depart? Just going round and round in circles. Ken's just said what I was saying, sorry about the 340. Sorry, Ken. That's definitely one we are doing before the summer, Aberdeen. So when I say before the summer, by June time. I'm just waiting for a bit of warmer weather. I'm not as hardy as Eric. Even with pocket warmers, I'm thinking Aberdeen might be a bit brisk for me. So as we watch this incoming Embraer 190 taxi to the terminal, a welcome to anyone that's recently joined the stream. I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. We're on air till 11:30. We may go a little bit longer if there's a couple of movements worth catching. Always weather dependent, and as folks that have been with the show through the morning have noticed that it's changing every 20 minutes or so. But hey ho, we'll give it a go. So, as always, please do give us your like if you like what you see. And if you're not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing to the channel. Both of those things really help us with YouTube, help us grow, and bring you more action basically. It's as simple as that. No cost to you, so it's a great way of showing support. And as I'm often reminded, if you hit that notification bell, you can stay up to date with any announcements that we've got pending. Next show from us, Monday, Edinburgh. So looking forward to that. Sort of weekday show. And a further announcement either during that show or subsequent in terms of a away fixture type show that we are looking to do next Saturday. So I'll not commit to anything on air at the minute, because I like to give you something to look forward to, with a little bit of mystery wrapped in it. I can hear something passing overhead, making a fearful row in the clouds. What the devil is it? Okay, an Air Canada 787-9 Dreamliner. No chance of me getting near that one, folks. You need a laser telescope to get through. Right, well, the Glasgow bound 777 is just approaching the North Sea coast around Whitney Bay. R110 in recent days has been coming up via Leeds, so I'm guessing not going to be that far behind. Next arrival here should be our incoming Barcelona flight, which I think should have been in around 10:15 or thereabouts, so that'll be a bit disappointing for all concerned, particularly if their parking's under pressure. So we'll just zoom up a bit closer on this Lufthansa Regional Embraer 190. So I think 4 minutes out, maybe it's 5 minutes if you allow for flight radar being slightly out generally. So our next arrival, Mark at North Sky, thanks for confirming, mate. It's just passing concept, so not long to wait. It looks like the rain's coming back again from, well, northwesterly, so it looks like the bags are going to be staying on a bit longer. Thank you, Nicholas Taylor. So the incoming Boeing 737 is an 800, so all cheerfully noted. Oh, you've got the rain as well, have you, Mark, at Consett? Yeah, it's pretty vile here, although saying that, manageably so. Yeah, Ken Alloway, a lot of restrictions at Glasgow tomorrow. It kind of put me off in the end. Kind of put me off, mate. Because I figured normal kind of arrangements probably don't hold true, do they? If they're going to manage a crowd of say 500 people, 400 people, I don't know, they'll be probably a bit stricter with where people stand and all the rest of it. So I was saying earlier on in the show, I'm going to settle down at home, watch it on, I think Jonathan Winton, who's a local North East streamer, fellow streamer, he told me yesterday that he's doing Glasgow, so I'm going to catch his stream and see the action from home. It's a shame, I'd have liked to have done it, but I don't know what the weather forecast is. Hopefully better than this. Right, let's move the camera around. I think I'm doing another wipe, aren't I? Sorry folks, I've just realised that you're getting rained in. So that's just me wiping the camera. There we go. Sunny old Newcastle Airport. Well folks, and I'm going to apologise. I always admit there's some chat stuff here. Let's see what's what. Simon Kirby says, yeah, there's at least 2 other streamers covering it too. And LW is right about promises made to Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation. Yes, going back on promises is a precarious business. You're right. Right, I do apologise. I'm going to scoff this snack, which will probably sound crunchier than I would choose on account it's probably frozen solid. So I've just got that need for some calories. Oh, hang on, Alibi's right with Ryanair on finals. Can't be too leery, can I? Otherwise I will be telescoped. The good news is I've got the camera on the tower just to keep it out of the drizzle, but I am watching the horizon, and the minute I can see the Ryanair I'll go straight to it. Right, here we go. Very delayed flight from Barcelona. Ooh, that gloom's reappeared, hasn't it? Up into the yonder mist. Audrey McDonald says Emirates in 10. Standing by, Audrey. Thanks for the heads up. I can't decide if I'm managing to eat the actual wrapper on this cereal bar as well as the actual bar itself. I've got to be honest with you, Nell, it does rather, doesn't it? Apparently, it was still pretty darn foggy there the following day. Just going to give the camera another little dab, folks. So, take work. It's the rain, Ken Alloway. I brought plenty of tissues with me because I had this feeling that I'd probably be sniffly, without being too graphic, needing to blow my hooter pretty regularly. but it's not been that way. It's been more about wiping things down. Michael Maloney, thanks for the heads up. I'm looking forward to the draft off that. If the tripod goes wobbly, that's exactly what it is. Anyway, Michael, good morning, mate. I don't think we've spoken in the chat before. If we have, and I've forgotten, I'm sorry. I do get forgetful. Anyway, welcome to the show, mate. I'm Mark, your host. I need to be on air till at least 11:30, and then we'll play it by ear. I could do with windscreen wipers on my glasses, to be honest. You know that frosted glass they put in bathrooms? It's got that kind of optical effect. Ken reports the Emirates is over Timeth now. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if they're going to be bringing it in at 25 then. Let's just have a little look-see. Oh no, it's cut in. Well, you know you're cold when your fingers don't work on your touchpad. Yeah, it's going to be an 07 arrival. I'm going to need some kind of AWAC system, aren't I? I wonder if they're having trouble with the rain blowing into that Embraer. Likes at 111. In the cricket fraternity, they call that Nelson, for reasons that I don't know. But thank you everybody that's hit the button. Anybody that's yet to hit the button, remember it doesn't cost you anything and it's fabulous support for the channel, which is always really appreciated. Simon Kirby, yes, I like the Ryanair Boeing livery. I just never seem to be anywhere where it is. Tabin Khan, good morning to you, sir. Welcome to the stream. Riambert 93. Beautiful day on Tyneside. Yeah, not quite extending to Newcastle International Airport, my friend. Although hope springs eternal. I think people will confirm on the show we've gone through the spectrum of weather today. This feels a little bit dogged. Doesn't look like it's going to be much good for a bit. Do a little screen wipe in a minute. Andrew NUFC, yeah, your brother was in the chat earlier on, travelling to Manchester. Down a bit more. It's just a bit rubbish rather than very rubbish. It's going to be interesting taking this all down. Alibi. Now come on, who sung that? 10cc? Or am I just punching in the wrong direction there? I've got 10cc in my head. Ah yes, thank you Ken. This transported me right back to the 70s. In one fell swoop. Andrew NUFC, you're right. Is it David Shepherd, the umpire? If the score was on 111, he'd have his left foot off the floor. Or he couldn't keep both feet on the floor at the same time, that'd be right. Some kind of superstition. Gordon Bennett. Pretty mild. I'm just going to leave the bag a little bit into the lens view, folks. So please give me a bit of forbearance on that. I think I'm covered in all the right places. I'm with you, Mark, at North Sky. I wish the summer would hurry up too. Today's a great day to make an appearance. So our 777 looks to me like it's, where will it be? North of Concept. It's well into finals now. So I'm just going to start releasing the bag a little bit. That's what I don't want to do. In fact, I'm going to keep the camera over here for the moment because the wind is not blowing this way, and then when the plane becomes visible I will take you straight to the action. So please do talk amongst yourselves. It's pretty gloomy here, there is no question about that. I can see people down on the road actually waiting for the plane. You really need to be watching plain sailing aviation, I would say. So I think I ought to be able to see it. Although the amount of water on my glasses, right, panning round, folks. There's the draft. I am pretty relieved I've not got to do a battery change. Right, I think I'll bring the camera back to our Lufthansa Embraer. Seems a useful point of reference as any. Just catching up with the chaps. Mark at North Sky went to Seville. 46 degrees centigrade. Man, that is officially too hot for me. Well, I suspect it's probably too hot for virtually everybody. So the good news is, I get the feeling it's brightening up. So, welcome folks, anyone that's just joined us. It's a very wet, drizzly, blowy Newcastle International Airport. As you can see, pretty darn murky. We'll try and pick up the recovering 777 somewhere near the tower. Dopey Gorp, thank you so much mate. Thank you for your super chat support. Thank you for your time as a moderator. Thank you for being you, buddy. Have a great time this afternoon with Mrs. Dopey Gorp. And yeah mate, look forward to seeing you Monday morning. Yeah, I'm going to have to get some glasses with little windscreen wipers on. In the foreground, the caterers for the 777. Usually you get a little procession. They're a little bit late today. There you go, there's a bit of triple action. See you Dopey Gorp. Have fun mate. I'm pretty glad I took the decision to show you that additional feature of the approach to Newcastle earlier in the stream, because the original plan was to put it on 10 minutes before the plane arrived. But in those conditions it would have been absolutely impossible to have toggled all the things that need toggling. So anyone that's joined recently, we've got a little feature in the stream which you may have missed. It's filmed across 3 locations, but it basically covers the final approach from the coast through to runway 25. It's only a short piece, definitely worth a watch I would suggest. I think the people on that plane are in for a shock, don't you? Well, we're back to that situation where it looks a bit better at this end than it does at the other end. The other end looks truly horrible. Which I suppose while we're operating 07, we'll check that, won't we folks? Good morning, Moon Jam. Yes, Ian McCaffrey. What a legend he was, wasn't he, for the weather? Bad news for small dogs. It's not great news for live streamers either. Oh dear. But yes, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Ken, I reckon there'll be no rush for the overhead compartments on this plane. Nice and steady. It does look a lot brighter over my shoulder. Reasons to be cheerful, as Ian Jervy once sung. Well, in this mayhem, I can't quite see flight radar properly. What do we think, folks, is the next incomer? I mean, my thinking is that Aer Lingus are shortly to go out. They're due at 11. In fact, sure enough, they're transponding away furiously. In terms of incomer, I don't know who I've got in my head. I'm so lashed down at this end, I'm having to just function off memory as we look at our returning Dublin flight pushback. Nicholas Taylor, thank you for choosing to spend time with us, mate. Really appreciated. Hope to see you next time out. But either which way, have a great weekend, buddy. That's it, Ken. Reasons to be cheerful, part 3. And that's where the lyrics end, as far as my head remembers. What did my own Jam say about Ian McCaffrey's quote, being bad weather for small dogs? That rather sounds like a small dog. Probably saying take me home. I'm sure that's what dog language would sound like. Ken, thank you for confirming on flight radar. No incoming for a while, says Alibi. Just a train. No, I didn't catch any LCY action yesterday. No? Well, the conditions tricky. I think then from our end we'll get the Aer Lingus departure. Air France can't be far off, poking their heads back out. I think they're 11 they're due to go. Can't remember for Lufthansa. Well, dare I say it, after last week's drama with the frozen tablet, and I know I probably jinxed it, it's performing rather admirably. Well, we've got a VizJet going out at 11:25, I can see. Aer Lingus, you can hear that in the background. Distinctive notes of a turboprop. Ryanair's Barcelona flight is due out at 11:05. The Frankfurt return flight is overdue. That was due out at 10 to 11. VizJet 11:25. Air France due out 11:20. Okay, we'll watch through that action and then take stock on whether it's worth extending or whether we've seen enough. Now, is that what you're hoping for when you go in the summer? A little bit of extra excitement. I mean, the rate of descent there is phenomenal, isn't it? Is it something like 35 degrees or something in that region? Again, I'm talking off the top of my head and therefore just talking out of my heart, but it's proper eye-catching. Margaret, have a great weekend. I do look forward to seeing you Monday if you can make it. You know, I can even take my hood down. Summer is here. Oh no, can't get it off. One crazy problem at a time. But staying on. Just a little stutter there, just took a shot. Just looked like an unusual background. Alibi. Give that dog a bone indeed. Dog just wants to go home. We're resting out in front of the fire. So, back to Dublin. Carl Shield, are you still with us? Coming your way, mate. So folks, a bit lively on the old button there. And again, no feeling in my fingers at the minute. Got a little bit of an offset on there. But it's crazy, it's gone mega calmly now. Well, blowing, but... Right, let's have a look. Now, don't rule it out. We'll get you sorted out with a GoPro, and then you can give us the in-cabin footage. I don't know if folks ever watch Pedro's streams over on Madeira airport spotting. You see some absolutely crackers descents, don't you? Now I think they'd have to be hoping for better weather in Dublin. Carl was saying it was sunny earlier on. Whether it's still sunny or not, who knows. Oh, treating myself to a clean of my glasses. Another attempt to get out my hood. And moan jam. Turn and burn. I do not know. There's wiser fish than me and the chap as this Embraer pushes back. Yeah, turn and burn in the turboprop community. Mark at North Sky, thanks for joining us, buddy. Look forward to your Prem Sunday evening, so if folks didn't catch it earlier, Mark's got his premiere, a heavies feature, Sunday night 6:30. Well worth checking out. So it's all good. And with those 7 departures, we're going to get a good close look at this plane, which will be excellent as it takes its way back to Frankfurt. can't believe it, it's quite nice in there. Take us in a bit closer. Let's get to the business end. So let's have a quick look to see what else is due to go. Our outgoing BizJet, which is on its way to Farnborough, that being a Cessna 525 Citation, that is transponding away, so fairly imminent. So it looks like the last 3 planes for us are going to be this Lufthansa departure, Air France at 11:20, and our business jet, which is due at 11:25. So I think after that it's a bit of a gap. We'll do a final stop check, but I can feel that coffee. I can smell it more accurately. Right, showtime, folks. Now you're right, I think the tiddlers have stayed locked up. In fact, hang on a minute, there's something else I need to show you. Looks like the Citations are going first. Just snuck out there. Quite a natty colour scheme, or livery, more pertinent. Don't make this zip off the line. Next on the block, our Lufthansa regional, returning to Frankfurt. Remember, a couple of hours or thereabouts, maybe less. All pointed up, ready to go, folks. Simon Kirby, how do you know that? It would be one of life's happy coincidences, wouldn't it? It's lovely to see the planes up this close, isn't it? Not that close. How about that close? Alibi, thank you so much for the news. 60 new subscribers today. Thank you one and all. If you've joined us this morning and you're still with us, thank you. I'm beaming here from ear to ear. A bit of offset there, still finding that wind. Don't look too bonny down that end, does it? There's the telescope moon. Bizarrely, bring the camera down to earth first. Looks like the bag's come loose. The glare I'm getting behind me, I can see the raindrops on my bag on my viewfinder. Can't really make it up. I think it might be time for a quick white round, folks, so do bear with me. I probably should try and get an endorsement deal with Kleenex. Kleenexes I'm working my way through. So as we stand, plan is to get the Air France Embraer departure, and then if there isn't anything imminent, then we'll bring the show to an orderly close. I'll do a little piece to camera to say thanks, show my hat off. I haven't done that this morning. Oh, I did to open the show, but let's have a look. Oh, Ken Alloway, made up for you, buddy. It's lovely, isn't it, when there's nothing extra. Although a brake fluid change, if I remember correctly, is more expensive than you would intuit. Yep, great news, Ken Alloway. It's also great news, as Andrew NUFC reflects, that Lufthansa are restarting the A380s from June. I'd seen that myself somewhere in the week. I thought, yeah, that's the kind of thing that puts a smile on. Now Air France must be transponding, because look, there she is. Gonna have a quick look, see what's the arrival situation, folks. Let's see if that Chewy has made any time up. Now, I think we'll finish the show in an orderly fashion at 11:30 if everybody is down and dandy with that. don't really want to be filming nothing. It's always challenging enough at a regional airport when you've got gaps in traffic, but the support's been so fabulous, as it always is. I don't want to just be showing you nothing. So let's track out tip of that tail fin as it moves behind the terminal. Belongs to an Air France hop, an Embraer 190. Going to be making its way back to Paris Charles de Gaulle, and there you go. Simon Kirby, you were telling me this pilot's surname's Paris. Or some other variation. Oh dear. Yeah, Andy P, I think it is naturally that moment. Gonna get that coffee, Starbucks coffee, bacon roll, and take myself home. Packing up will be slightly interesting. I need one of those window cleaner squeegees to squeegee the water off my tub of technology. Nell seen the box at Schiphol Airport last weekend. Basically all the important electricals other than the camera are inside a lidded plastic container. Final plane of the show. Andrew NFC, thank you buddy. It's been my entire pleasure to be here to bring you the action. It really has. It's been challenging, but in a good way. You're all such great company that the weather really isn't that important. As long as it's not scare rods, it's manageable. Andy P, it sounds like you've got the same garage I've got. Whenever I take the car in for a service, they always phone me up to tell me they've discovered that the rear windscreen wiper is a bit squeaky and would I like it changed as an advisory point. No, I wouldn't. Squeaky rear windscreen wiper. Dear me. You say, how much would that be? Oh, that'd be 20 quid. Not even that at Alfred's. So, standing by for takeoff. Moonjam, I've just seen your co-pilot is for sure a really big struggling to get traction on the camera there, sorry. Can't wait for the bag off it. stripes. And then again, out of the gloom. Right, just bear with me a second, folks, while I bring the camera round. Hang on a minute. Bonus plane, the home of the one more plane. Let's do this. Returning Ryanair flight to Ryanair. No, get my words out. Ryanair flight to Barcelona. Ah dear. Do you like getting excitable? When you look at that shot, you wouldn't believe the weather's been what it's been, would you? Ken, this is the home of the one more departure, mate. Couldn't leave this on the table. I think he's holding at the minute while they complete a runway check. I'm going to take the bag off. How's that? Mel W, do you like faulty towers? I'm assuming that's the line you're using. Classic, proper classic. I'm just looking up the comments list. Andrew NUFC talks about having the barbecue on for an evening's live streaming. That would be awfully civilised, wouldn't it? So this really is the final plane of the show, courtesy of Ryanair. Snap, I think, with the tower sprouting out the top of the fuselage. Might be useful for a thumbnail. Well, runway check is complete. Away we go, folks. Plenty of water down there, isn't there? And then out of the gloom rose a Ryanair Boeing 737 on its way to Barcelona. Just bear with me, folks. I'm just going to go to camera. Just takes me a little bit of jiggery pokery to get the right side of the camera. Always like to say goodbye in person if I can. Might be struggling for cable here. Hang on a minute, just got to zoom out. That's more like it. There you go. I've managed to make myself fit on screen. So, should still have my hat on. Yeah. I'm not sure if PSA is in the right place. So be kind to me, people. My sartorial elegance has taken a bit of a bath this morning in the conditions. Been a great show. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you so much to our fantastic moderators who give their time to make the chat what it really is. So Alibi 58, Ken Alloway, Nell W, Dopey Gore, thank you so much. You really are stars beyond compare. Thanks also to the super chats from Rainier M. Buchel, if I've said it correctly. Always think of you as Rainier, my friend in Berlin. Ken Alloway, staunch friend of the channel, as is Dopey Gore. Thank you all. In terms of forthcoming action, as I've said in the stream, Monday will be Edinburgh. I'll put up a community post just to confirm for certain the times, but it'll probably be a 7:30 start through till around lunchtime. Really looking forward to that. And we have a away day that we're hoping to put together for next Saturday, and that announcement will either be made on Monday or through a community post. There's a couple of moving parts, as there always is, to sort out. Just reading off my tablet if you're wondering what I'm looking at. So my pleasure, one and all. Alibi 58, I'll see you on Jonathan Winton's stream tomorrow at Glasgow for the return of the 380. It'd be nice to put my feet up and see the morning unfold, or lunchtime. So look forward to seeing you there, mate. Simon Kirby, Andrew NUFC, Andy P, my pleasure, one and all. As I say, big round of applause for the moderators. Absolutely fabulous. So have a great Saturday, a great Sunday, and hope to see as many of you as I can on the Monday. Take care all. Bye now.